Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we chat with CBS Sunday Morning contributor Nancy Giles, who visited the campus recently as the keynote speaker for our Women's History Month celebration. She shared stories about her career path from acting to comedy to social commentary. We tell you about FIRE, our Forensic Institute for Research and Education, and the service it provides students and our community through the College of Liberal Arts. And we give you a sneak preview of the new Applied Engineering building being built on our campus starting this summer. It will house our engineering technology program, home of some of MTSU's most innovative majors. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. If you don't recognize Nancy Giles on sight from her appearances on the popular CBS Sunday Morning News program, you may recognize her voice as a popular commercial voiceover artist, or remember her from her days as an actress on the popular TV series China Beach. MTSU was honored to have her on our campus recently as the keynote speaker for our Women's History Month celebration, and we're honored to have her on this episode of Out of the Blue. Nancy, welcome to the show.
Andrew, thank you.
This is a treat. This is an honor. I should just go ahead and warn the viewers. We've known each other for a while.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Here we go.
Adding up, and it's been almost 20 years,
20
like 18
years.
years, something like that.
Yeah, and from my days when I was an editor in Wisconsin, we have a mutual friend. It was the pastor of our church.
That's right, Pastor Jane.
Pastor Jane, and of course that means the world to my wife Elise and our family that you're here in Murfreesboro on the campus of Middle Tennessee State University.
I'm so excited, and the campus is great, and the students are great, and it's a beautiful day. So what's to complain about?
We've had a great day, and you are a keynote speaker for Women's History Month, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But I really would like our viewers to know who Nancy Giles is. I think they do. We'll have introduced you and everything like that, but tell there's so many ways to describe what you do. There's so many labels about actor, commentator. How does Nancy Giles describe Nancy Giles?
That's a really interesting question, and actually I think a key to what I do and who I am has to do with a job that I got early. Well, one of the biggest breaks I got in my career, which was touring with Second City's national touring company when I was right out of college, and learning improvisation skills, and through that figuring out how to kind of handle situations as they come to you. And it also was a way of reinforcing the fact that you can write standing on your feet. An actor's career, a creative person's career, has a lot of lapse time where you might not be working, and I desperately wanted to express myself.
Right.
So I found different ways to do that, I guess.
And you really did. But let's talk a little bit about Sunday morning, because that so many people now recognize you from that. You've been doing this now for 2 decades. How did you've talked about how you connected originally to the program through Aaron, but what are the things that gravitate to you the most? I mean, how does your commentaries get from idea to the television screen? How do you pick the things that you talk about?
That's a really good question. I think most of the commentaries come out of something that I've experienced or something that I've had a burning desire to talk about. And I like to do those pieces in a funny way, even if it's about things that are controversial. I talked about politics, but I also talked about, the very first piece I did was about the conspiracy of high-heeled shoes against women, which when I was trying to explain it to my boss, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of trying to explain to somebody why something's funny. It's horrible. It's horrible. In fact, I was saying it and I could just feel my posture begin to and I thought, okay, I'm never gonna be doing anything on this show. And then I got a call saying, hey, we have you down to do this thing on high-heeled shoes. And I was like, what? So But a lot of it comes out of things that have been on my mind.
You spoke to one of our journalism classes.
Yes.
And I want to give you the chance to repeat a piece of advice you passed along to one of our students, which was make sure you're reading.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about that to the parents and to those who, you know, needing a piece of advice from Nancy
It's
Giles.
so important. Broaden your scope. Don't just, if you're interested in one topic, don't just stick to that. You know, you'd be surprised in this day and age how sports, entertainment, politics, the economy, science, how they're all kind of connected. They really are. And it brings you a better story if you have more ammunition, if not a better way to put it. You know, more facts on your side.
So you were the keynote speaker. We're happy to have you as the centerpiece of our Women's History Month events here on campus. What was your central message in your speech to the students?
I hope the main thrust was that for women, for everyone, but for women especially, our stories are really important. And we all have stories, even things that might just seem to be simple and not as meaningful. They're so important. The opportunities that are there to tell our stories, to keep our histories going, just to show the different advances within one's family or within, you know, our gender. It's really important. I really hope people had the takeaway that women's stories are important and our voices have to be heard, and it's up to us to keep those stories coming. You know, they're all of value, all of them.
Nancy, you can find your videos, of course, on YouTube. If I search Nancy Giles, CBS Sunday Morning, a whole bunch of them come up.
Oh, good.
But you've also got your voices are on a lot of other platforms. How do I find those?
Okay, so you can go anywhere you listen to podcasts and subscribe to the Giles Files podcast. It's just the Giles Files, not podcast. And people can happily, if they want to write me or tweet me, it's at Nancy Giles NYC. So I love to hear from people. It's fun.
Nancy Giles, here you are on our campus. It's such an honor having you at Middle Tennessee State University. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. It's been an absolute pleasure.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner. Now
And forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Forensic Institute for Research and Education, known on campus as FIRE, was created to provide a connection between the separate programs of criminal justice, forensic science, and pre-law to train students seeking careers in forensics and to serve our community. Today we meet Dr. Thomas Holland, Director of FIRE and a research professor in the College of Liberal Arts. Dr. Holland, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
It's an honor to have you here. Honored to learn more about FIRE. Tell me, if I were brand new and I hadn't heard about your institute, What does it do? What purpose does it serve? And how do students connect with it?
Yeah, FIRE, which is Forensic Institute for Research and Education, is kind of, I can't really say it's an umbrella entity, but we're within the College of Liberal Arts. On campus currently, we've got a very, very good forensic science program. That's in a different college. We've got a very good criminal justice program. That's in a different college. We've got a good pre-law program. That's in liberal arts where FIRE is. There needs to be something that connects these entities that are in different colleges. And that's kind of FIRE's job, is to be this entity that provides opportunities for students. So we're inward looking, but then also provides educational opportunities for practicing forensic practitioners who are out there. So it's a way of creating networks for our students with the broader community, as well as networks for our students within the MTSU community.
Mm-hmm. And you provide considerable service to the community through FIRE. I know law enforcement agencies frequently contact you and ask for your team's assistance in a variety of different ways. Can you talk about that?
So one of the things that we do is we provide forensic anthropological services for the medical examiners in the area, for police departments, sheriff's departments. And one of the unique things that we do involves undergraduates in the actual recovery of forensic cases. So a call comes in from the medical examiner or a sheriff's department that a skeleton has been found, or they have evidence that there's a buried body. We have a team called FASR, Forensic Anthropology Search and Recovery, FASR, which is undergraduate students from different departments. It's a multidisciplinary. They're vetted, they undergo background checks, interviews, have to have a grade point. We bring them together, we give them training, call comes in, we take these undergraduate students out and they actually get to assist with the recovery of skeletal remains, which that's an opportunity that I don't know exists anywhere else at the undergraduate level. A lot of schools you can do that as a graduate student, but not as an undergrad.
As an undergraduate?
As an undergrad, that's right.
That is remarkable.
So we meet the needs of the community in terms of they get a professional team excavating a site, excavating remains correctly, but we also train the next generation of forensic scientists, forensic anthropologists.
You talked about service to the community, and we went into detail about the teams that go out, but you're also providing considerable training to the community as well, right? Do professionals seek you out for refresher courses and
They do.
things?
You know, a big component in forensic science now is ongoing education, continuing education. Not only are there specific CE requirements, continuing education requirements, but there's just a tremendous need. The science is evolving very rapidly. The law is evolving more slowly, but as somebody who went through both law school and science, I can tell you that lawyers and scientists don't speak the same language. And that's a major problem today, because the end product of any forensic test is the courtroom.
Right.
And if the lawyers don't know how to use that information, or don't know how to ask the anthropologist or the toxicologist or the odontologist the questions, then something's lost. So what we're trying to do is put together a series of training opportunities for both our students as well as the community to address emerging issues in forensics.
You mentioned the Department of Defense, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit about your service there. Recovery missions all across the globe, identifying remains for the United States military. Talk about that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize the United States has an ongoing effort to recover and identify its war dead, and you might say, well, what war dead are we talking about? There are 80,000 men still missing from World War II, Korea, and the Vietnam War. DoD operates two large forensic labs, one in Hawaii and one in Omaha, Nebraska. And at any given time, there are teams around the world conducting excavations to recover the remains of men from World War II or the Korean War or the Vietnam War, and then bring them back and identify them. And currently the laboratory is identifying, about one man a day, something like that. The last several years that I worked for DoD, I turned over the reins of the laboratory, and I actually moved to Washington to work out of the Pentagon to establish a partnership program to try to expand our capability, because even identifying one man a day when you've got 80,000 missing, it's a tremendous task. And so we tried to identify academic partners who could assist us. And so I stood up a partnership directorate, and one of the first partnerships that we signed was with MTSU. So an anthropologist in our department here, Tiffany Saul, actually has done several, and will again this summer, recoveries in France of a World War II site for DOD.
Dr. Holland, I can't let you go without having you explain a little bit about the Legends in Forensic Science lecture, one of the high points of our fall semester.
What we try to do every year is we bring in a legend in forensic science. So last October we brought in Dr. Henry Lee, the famous criminologist. Bring him in a couple days early. He gave a guest lecture in forensic science, gave a guest lecture in criminal justice, met with students, had dinner with the Phaser team, our student team, and then he gave a public talk that night that was open to the general public. And this coming fall, we're hoping to get a famous, I won't say his name because we haven't signed the agreement yet, but he's agreed in principle. He's a famous forensic psychiatrist. But it's a way of connecting our students with professionals, also sort of promoting what forensic science is to the public as well.
So we need to stay tuned for that announcement, but I bet you we could go to the website eventually and find that. What's your website?
Our website is mtsu.edu/fire, F-I-R-E.
Well, Dr. Holland, congratulations on your one-year anniversary here at the university, and thank you for all you've done prior to coming to MTSU and what you're doing in your role.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Construction will begin sometime this summer on a new applied engineering building for the College of Basic and Applied Sciences. This new facility is yet another highlight to our nationally recognized engineering technology program, home to some of our most innovative majors, including mechatronics. Joining us to talk about this and more is Department Chair Dr. Ken Curry and Professor Alyssa Ledoux. Dr. Curry, Professor Ledoux, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Hi.
We've got some big news happening soon. We're breaking news and breaking ground. Can you talk about the new building?
Yes, 87,000 square feet dedicated to engineering technology programs, mechatronics engineering, and 3 of our engineering technology programs. It's going to be fabulous. We're going to have an entire ground floor that's going to have a maker space, going to have brand new robotics and automation lab. And that kind of leads into other big news is that we're going to have probably close to $1.2 million of new equipment that's been gifted or bought that we're getting right now that's going to go into the new building. So we're really excited about some of that.
What a terrific advantage for our students, not only have a new facility, but have this new equipment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a really great experience for the students who are taking the robotics and automation classes to be able to get that hands-on industrial type experience in a safe and controlled environment.
That's so cool. And that really leads me, Professor, to the next question I was going to ask. When you're giving the elevator speech, I say this a lot, when you're telling somebody that may be unfamiliar with the program that we offer at MTSU, what are the high points? How do you sell folks on why MTSU for this study?
Okay, so MTSU offers the benefit of hands-on experience, passionate teachers teaching real-life stuff, skills that you're going to take with you into the industry. It's also very affordable as far as the general cost of education goes. So we have lots of students ranging from like the traditional 18 to 22-year-olds to the non-traditional, like ex-military or people with tech degrees coming back for school who also bring their knowledge of industry and share that in the classroom. So it's really a learning environment for everyone.
That's really awesome.
And the nice thing about mechatronics is we kind of have a trifold kind of a process that the students go through. They take a lot of mechanical engineering classes that you would ordinarily find in a mechanical engineering degree, a lot of electrical engineering and controls kind of classes, and then they have a lot of programming that goes into their degree program, so that when they, a lot of people still don't know what mechatronics engineering is. So a lot of times what I tell students is, don't be afraid. You've got enough mechanical and electrical engineering components in your curriculum. You can actually apply for mechanical engineering kind of work, electrical engineering, where an employer is looking for an electrical engineer or a controls engineer. You're qualified to actually apply for that, simply because a lot of employers still don't quite know. They are asking for mechanical, electrical, and controls experience, but they don't know to call it a mechatronics engineer.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things that when I love telling the story about the College of Basic and Applied Sciences, that is the applied part of that, which you share in the name of your building. Applied meaning what we're teaching really truly connects to what the industry wants and needs. You can see that line between what's being taught in the classroom and how it's going to happen in the workplace. How does the curriculum align to make that happen?
Yeah, so we have mechanical and electrical and programming classes. We make sure that we have at least one course that matches to every requirement, and then our senior capstone course meets all of the requirements. So that is really the culmination of their educational career, where they apply prior knowledge and independent research in order to design, build, test an automated system that they completely invent themselves.
And that's the capstone project. What a great lead-in. So that's that cumulative effect of everything I've learned, everything that you've taught me is going to be produced in that one moment where I can show you what I've got, right?
Yeah, so the capstone course is a 2-semester course where the students prove that they are ready to be engineers. Mm-hmm. So they spend their first semester doing mostly design work, some prototyping, getting all of their subsystems working, and then the second semester they integrate all of those subsystems into a final product and test it, make it reliable, make it aesthetic, and then they show them all off at the MECTech event, which comes at the end of the year. Every year it's different projects, so it's new, it's exciting. Constantly they're all learning new skills and applying those. But this year we've had a couple of hovercrafts that play soccer together. We've had a humanoid robot, a PLC trainer, a couple of smart lock boxes for your porch, and a navigation aid for the visually impaired. So those were all shown at our MECTech this year, and then we'll have another one coming up in the fall. And it's completely free and open to the public, so it's really a great place if you want to see what our engineering program has to offer, or if you're looking to recruit some of our students to come work for you, you'll be able to see the kind of things that they can do. So
where can I go to find out more information on the web?
If you want to get more information either about MECTech or about our new building, go to mtsu.edu/et.
Professor Ledoux, Dr. Curry, congratulations on the new building, but also these great programs. This is wonderful news for our university.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And that does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board, May 8th, 2023. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve minutes for March 13th of 2023.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
All right, so moved. All right, so our spring highlights. Oh, sorry. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so moving on correctly now. Our spring highlights. The library had a very successful Easter egg drive-through on April 1st, 2023. They gave away 720 half-pound chocolate bunnies. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I know. That's awesome. Thank you to LHS Project Lit on April 29th of 2023. There were 3 local authors, Whitney White, Angela Sutton, and Chris Stedman. The students offered arts and crafts, a puppet show, and book readings. It was a good day for the high school students to interact with the library patronage. There has been a great response to our book clubs. Upcoming dates, so mark your calendars. Better Off Read Book Club will be Monday, May 15th at 5:30 p.m. They will be reading The Last Thing He Told Me by Laura Dave. And then the Page Turners Book Club will meet Saturday, May 20th at 10:30 a.m. and they are reading The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. For our upcoming programs and events, Ms. Donna, would you like to walk us through those?
Sure, I'd be happy to. One of the first ones will be our Block Party Touch-a-Truck. You have probably seen these wonderful flyers and posters around town. It's great. We're looking forward to it. The library will have a tent there. All sorts of things will be happening. It's from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. There will be vendors, activities, food trucks. The library will have some prize giveaways, some fun games, and we will also be giving away a flyer for our upcoming summer reading program. And we are full. We really have filled up the 6 weeks tremendously. So I'm looking forward to sending that out to you guys. We should be finished up with that by Thursday of this week, and I will email it to you so you will be the first ones to receive it before we even get it out to our patrons. So we have a great summer coming up. Hobo Road Band will be coming back, and they're called We're Back and We're Going Country. That will be in the library gallery, and that's Saturday, May 13th from 1 to 2 p.m. This will be their 3rd time with us, and the last time that they were there, pretty much it had doubled in attendance. So we're excited about that people are enjoying the music in the library. Summer Reading 2023 kickoff is going to be happening on Saturday, June 3rd. Our theme this year is All Together Now. A great theme. We're going to be talking about kindness, holding each other up, being united, just all sorts of fun things that incorporate all those great characters that we can have. It will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the kickoff. We're going to do Pick Up Your Summer Reading Bag, bounce house, inflatable slide, hot dogs and chips, face painting, and there'll be fun games for all. Of course, you can sign up and pick up your library reading bag throughout the whole 6 weeks, and that will be great. So if you don't get to make it on June 3rd, then you can come another day, and that will be just absolutely fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so our May, June, and July closures. For Memorial Day weekend, the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th, and on Monday, May 29th. For Juneteenth, we will be closed on Monday, June 19th. And then for Independence Day, we'll be closed on Tuesday, July 4th. All right, next item on the agenda, bylaws of the library board. We're going to review bylaws for discussion and revision at the July 10th library board meeting. Would you like to speak to anything on that, Ms. Donna?
I would like to speak to this for just a moment. The mayor asked me for the bylaws. I believe it was last meeting, and as I looked them up, And I believe this is the last time that the bylaws had been updated. If you will look at the very back of that packet, it was adopted in November 16, 1987.
Wow.
And it was amended March 17, 1988. So we are ready for a little bit of update to our bylaws. So I would love for you all to look over carefully, and I'm doing the same thing. So as the mayor, I'll be talking to Bruce, our city administrator. There are a lot of things that need to be revised, a lot of things that no longer pertain to our library. So if you get an opportunity, please read through them, make notes, and then pretty much on July 10th, that will be our discussion of how we need to go about with our bylaws. And Mayor, I'd like for you to put in any comments that you feel necessary.
Well, this just goes along with all the other items we've been updating over the last 4 years. Philip, I would ask if you'd also have a look through these, make sure that we're compliant with state law, because I know that's changed a little bit since 1988. So,
Yeah, we'll do.
thank you.
One of the major changes have been the term limits. So I know that's something that we're really going to have to look at. That has been changed within the last 5 years, I believe. So we definitely want to look at the term limits. And we are no longer with the regional libraries, so that will be taken out. But there's some things that I know should be put in. And I look for you all to help me out with these. And
Now, are these available online for the public to also give input?
do you think at this time, or wait until we get them revised?
I would say, my thought would be do similar to what we're doing with the zoning ordinance, us put it together, and then put that draft out.
Okay.
Yes.
And let the public weigh in with changes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I was going to say the same thing.
Great minds.
This will keep from getting calls to the library to ask, so excellent.
But I think that's a great idea. Let's get our rough draft and get some of the language out that, of course, we know that we're no longer going to use, and go from there.
All right, thank you. All right, our library board schedule for 2023. Next meeting will be July 10th, and then we have September 11th and November 13th. And of course, our next one's Monday, July 10th at 5 p.m. Are there any comments from any of our board members?
I have a quick comment. I mentioned before the meeting, but I wanted to share with citizens and other board members as well. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Leadership Rutherford, that is run by the Chamber. I'm about to graduate next month, and I'm very proud about it. It's been a fantastic experience.
Congratulations.
And wanted to recommend the program to everybody else. Applications are open through the end of the month. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, call me, reach out. Happy to answer any, but it's a wonderful experience and a great investment of time for leadership and service in our community.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
2 questions I've got. One would be a request to the board, but the library's Facebook page has a bunch of different events on that. If you would please share that out to all of your friends on social media, invite people. That just helps with their attendance numbers, which I know we're working to drive up. We hear about them every month. The other one, and we may have time, it just depends on how quickly we can go with this, but any thoughts on, for the summer reading, I take it you have some kind of graphic already for that?
Yes.
Seeing if Rutherford County schools would approve that.
Yes.
And if so, if we can get little flyers printed out and all the students wind up taking them home before the end of the school.
Right.
That just would drive your attendance for this.
And we're on top of it. We are planning on getting the flyers out to the school on the 18th of this month. It will be turned in to the city, the county school's attorney. I have her name and email and everything. We've done this before, and we'll get it approved, and then we'll be counting out flyers. And then Danny and Sherry will be driving around to take all of those flyers on the 18th. So that always helps tremendously. We had not done that in the past 2 years because of COVID and a little bit of this going on, but this year we're ready to get back to get that word out. But yes, sir, that is a great, great idea, and we've got it on our radar.
Are there any like signs, little yard signs or anything like that? The reason I ask, I don't have children, but I live in a neighborhood full of them, and I'd be happy to put something in my yard if there's anything.
We have not thought of that before. Is that doable, Mayor?
Yeah, it's corrugated board. It's the same as any political sign. I mean, you just need to have them created, and there's places,
Okay.
Staples does them, different places do them. It's all based on volume, but yes, it's doable to have those. It's just you only have so much space on all of those to put information.
It's perfect. That's a great idea.
I had a question about the flyers going into the schools. Are you only putting them in LaVergne schools?
We do LaVergne schools, and then we also do Cedar Grove because so many of our LaVergne children go to Cedar Grove. But we do Rock Springs, Cedar Grove, Roy Waldron, and I know the primary is now with Roy Waldron.
Yes.
We do the middle school. We have not done the high school. That may be something that we can think about doing this year.
Okay, because we live in LaVergne, obviously, but
Uh-huh.
my children go to a school in Smyrna because that's what we're zoned for. So that
Okay.
would be another one to add to the list.
And which is the name?
David Urey Elementary.
David Urey.
David Urey.
Okay.
Yes. We have a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey.
And I would say Rock Springs Middle as well.
Yes, yes, LaVergne Middle and Rock Springs Middle, and then Rock Springs Elementary.
Any other
And Cedar
comments?
Grove, like I said, usually we stop by there.
Right.
Didn't think about David Urey.
Yeah, when they did that rezoning a couple of years ago, we've got
Okay.
a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey now, so.
So when I do send the letter and the flyer to have it approved, I'll make sure that I put David Urey on there.
And if you
we'll-
need any help with that one, I'm the vice president of the PTO, so I can get 'em- I
Awesome.
can get them in there for you.
Okay, great.
No problem.
Thank you.
Save them a stop on there.
Okay, appreciate that. This is great. The more we can get the word out, the better.
All right, any other comments or questions? I just want to say thank you, Ms. Donna, to you and your staff for all the
Oh,
amazing things that
welcome.
you do. It is just such a bright spot in our community with all the things that you do in the library, so thank you for that.
You are
And I want to
welcome.
remind everyone who is tuning in and listening to remember to read, read, read. The more that you read, the more that you know, the more that you grow, and all the great things happen. So if there's nothing else that someone would like to add, I am going to call this meeting adjourned.
Life for a penguin can be harsh, but for this colony off the coast of South Africa, life is about to take a deadly turn. The question is, can they survive?
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina. Everybody loves penguins, right? Look at them, so cute, waddling along in their little tuxedos. But don't be fooled, these guys are serious survivors, able to thrive in some of nature's most extreme conditions, as you're about to find out. In today's program, you'll witness a colony of African penguins facing a life-threatening disaster, and the amazing call heard around the world for people to come to their rescue. You'll meet a special penguin with a royal namesake, and a feathered ambassador that almost came unglued. All this and more coming up now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Penguin Story.
Some people might think Africa is an unlikely place for penguins. But the southern tip of the continent is home to a fairly large colony of African penguins, at least by today's standards. Like most other species of penguins, the African penguin numbers are in decline. Less than 10% of the original African penguin populations remain. And with a worldwide total of about 56,000 breeding pairs, the African penguin is the only penguin species that breeds in Africa, and it's found nowhere else on the planet. They're listed as vulnerable for a variety of reasons. From early factors like the harvesting of eggs for food and habitat alterations, to more current threats such as pollution and overfishing, which jeopardize the penguins' food supplies. Today, African penguins are a major source of pride and entertainment for the residents of South Africa. Colonies found in seaside villages on the mainland, like Simonstown, bring tourists and their cameras to the area for year-round amusement. So it's no small wonder that when a tragic disaster threatened their beloved penguin population, locals and tourists alike responded in astounding numbers.
Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people, we rock!
June 23, 2000 marked a tragic day off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, when an ore carrier called the Treasure developed a hole in the hull and sank 6 miles offshore. 2 of its fuel tanks ruptured, spilling over 1,000 tons of oil, and the resulting slick quickly hit Robben and Dasson Islands, both major breeding sites for African penguins. And to make matters worse, the spill occurred in the middle of the penguins' breeding season, putting thousands of birds at risk. This was to become the biggest evacuation and rescue attempt of wild birds in history.
It's an important cause over here.
The call for help was heard around the world. And within hours, governments, agencies, businesses, and individuals partnered to save the oiled penguins, headed up by 2 organizations well known for their rescue efforts. Salt River Station, an empty railroad maintenance warehouse in the industrial heart of Cape Town, was chosen as a viable rehab site. And within 1 day, water and electricity were installed, dry pools were set up, crushed shells were trucked in, and the rescue facility was up and running. Workers and volunteers captured the oiled birds and transported them from Dasson and Robben Islands by air, boat, and by truck to the facility where they would hopefully find refuge.
Including the African penguin, there are 17 total species of these specialized seabirds, just like this rockhopper with the adorable yellow crest. And here's a chinstrap penguin, named for obvious reasons. And here's a couple gentoos. And this is a king penguin, just slightly smaller than the largest species, the emperor penguin.
Lots of people make the mistake of thinking that penguins live at the North Pole. But it's the opposite, the South Pole, where many species reside. In fact, penguins are only found in the southern hemisphere.
And if you think all penguins are about ice and snow, think again.
Some species like the Magellanic, the Galapagos, the Humboldt, and the African penguins have adapted to warmer, temperate, and even tropical climates. Penguins eat krill, squid, and fish, and these fast-swimming birds catch their meals on the run, relying on their sharp sense of vision while hunting. Feeding the rescued African penguins was a primary concern for the caregivers. These birds had to be hand-fed, which was no small task considering the mounting size of this rescue. SeaWorld was one of many to respond to the African penguin disaster, sending 2 of their aviculturists halfway around the world to offer their services.
Back in 2000, when the Treasure sank off the coast of Cape Town, the South African government put out an international call for help. At that time, I had 13 years of experience working with penguins, a lot of hand-raising experience working with babies, so I think I was a good choice to go and assist with the rescue effort.
I was selected to go to South Africa because of the work that I've been able to do here at SeaWorld in San Diego of caring for penguins and also raising penguin chicks. Also, here at our park, we have an oiled wildlife care center where we have learned and been trained to care for oiled wildlife, particularly birds. And with that, going down to take care of the animals that were oiled, I was able to use those skills down there as well.
Even with years of experience under their belts, nothing prepared the rescue workers for this.
Our first day here was actually Sunday morning, and it was a complete shock to walk in and see the magnitude of this. Having worked with birds before in Orlando, I said, you know, a few penguins, how many could that be? But to see the number here was just overwhelming.
Overwhelming for the people and the penguins. Priorities had to be ranked in order to keep the birds alive, and food and water topped the list. But the volunteers quickly learned rescued penguins are not necessarily grateful for human help.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. So we've got all 3 methods going on.
Literally tons of fish were necessary to keep the penguins alive. Antibiotics and vitamins were supplied to combat illness and infection under such stressful circumstances. One particular activity really had a positive effect on the birds. Rail cars were tipped on their sides, lined with tarps, and filled with water, resulting in some very happy penguins. The initial rescue attempts with the adult birds seemed well under control. But remember, this was the middle of breeding season. That means there's a whole other side to this story. February 28, 1982 was a special day at SeaWorld San Diego. It marked the hatching of the first hand-raised king penguin at the park. Since that time, Tut, as he came to be known, has sired several chicks. And today, at nearly 25 years old, he's still an important family member at SeaWorld. How's that for a penguin encounter? Penguin chicks in the wild can have a tough road ahead of them. Luckily, they have 2 attentive parents they can depend on. This Gen 2 chick hatched out at SeaWorld has a little bit easier time of it. There you go, buddy. With an entire staff of attentive caretakers looking after it. Unfortunately, after the oil spill, many of the penguin chicks were separated from their parents, and the outlook for their future was pretty grim, until the arrival of some helping human hands. Most species of penguins lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time, and generally only one of the chicks survives. Both parents actively participate in tending the eggs and raising their young. This actually created a problem for the African penguins following the oil spill. This spill wasn't big in comparison to other spills, but since it occurred during the penguin nesting season, it interfered with their feeding process. Penguin parents regurgitate partially digested fish and other food items to their chicks. In order to hunt their prey, the African penguins had to swim through the slick, and oiled feathers eventually would keep them from being waterproof and able to regulate their body temperature. Also, the birds often ingested oil, and when they returned to their nests, their regurgitated food was contaminated. So between the feather coating and the toxicity, it wouldn't take long before both the penguins and the chicks would perish. Luckily, Lauren Dubois and a team of experts arrived on the scene.
Well, when we first arrived, there was nothing set up for the chicks. They had set aside a room for us, but pretty much they were waiting for us to arrive. I was working with a colleague of mine from the Baltimore Zoo, Steve Serro, and we started making sure that we were getting the pens set up for the birds. We got tarps set up. We started getting some of our scales, anything that we thought we would need for the chicks.
Once an initial assessment was made of the chicks, one of two directions was taken. If they were older, they were moved to the area with the bigger birds. Or they began the process of rehab with Lauren's team.
The feeding process is pretty much force feeding them. We want them to get some food in there, which is pretty much grabbing the bird, opening up their bill, and putting a fish in their mouth. On the smaller birds, it's a little difficult because some of the fish is so big, so we'll just cut the fish in half and feed them some of the fish tails instead.
Under the rehab team's constant care, Lauren remained optimistic about the chicks' futures.
The outlook for these birds is very good, or at least I'm very hopeful. I look at these birds and they're very fat. They look in good shape. There's no oil on them. They all look very healthy. So the prognosis, I feel, is very good. I feel that we'll be able to go out and release these birds and at least give them a good chance to survive.
Penguins are warm-blooded seabirds that don't actually fly. Since they often have to endure frigid waters and extreme weather conditions, 4 primary adaptations help them survive. Their body fat that provides insulation, changes in their metabolic rate when they're on land versus when they're in the water, a blood flow system that adjusts to conserve or release body heat, and feathers. Their feathers are stiff and very thick. In fact, they're 7 times more dense than a chicken's. Although feathers play an important part in keeping them warm, temperate penguins, like the African penguin, need to release heat in warmer weather. So unfeathered, bare patches around their eyes and beaks allow heat to escape. Left alone, the oiled penguin's feathers would no longer be waterproof, and eventually the birds would become waterlogged, unable to swim and unable to regulate their body temperature. Cleaning the feathers was essential before the birds could survive in the wild.
We work together as a team to be picking animals for wash. It's important that the animal's strong enough and healthy enough to be washed.
First, the birds were sprayed with vegetable oil to dissolve the tanker oil.
The difference between when they go into the cleaning room and come out of the cleaning room is phenomenal.
Then, they were washed in dishwashing soap. They were washed.
They have their black and white coloration back.
And washed.
The birds look so good.
And then washed again.
They even look happier.
Next, they were rinsed in fresh water, then set under heat lamps to dry overnight.
There is no long-term effects from the oil with regards to their feather coloration.
It took 2 volunteers on the average of 1 hour to wash 1 penguin. So on a good day, 500 to 600 penguins were washed. Cleaned birds also received fluids, vitamins, and a flipper band for identification. The Cape Town rescue was a collective, massive effort. In the end, would it make a difference? Only time would tell. Animal rescues aren't always on a big scale, so it was a lucky day for one little penguin when the staff at SeaWorld San Antonio got pretty creative. They discovered a crack in one of their penguin's eggshells and sealed it up with glue. Elmer, as he was appropriately named, hatched with no problem at all, and today is a SeaWorld celebrity ambassador, teaching kids all around the country about penguins and a caring staff's ingenuity. How's that for a penguin encounter?
Times of crisis really show what the human spirit is made of. For a total of 6 weeks, the people in Cape Town worked tirelessly side by side to help save the oiled penguins. IFA and Sandcob organized this enormous effort, pulling in corporate, government, and nonprofit partners from around the globe. We've all heard the expression, it takes a village. Well, in this case, it took that and more.
It's a lot to manage, but we're doing it.
Are you wondering what it takes to coordinate a rescue this big? Every aspect has to be thought out and responded to, and it all has to happen like yesterday. International Fund for Animal Welfare, or IFAW, and South African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds, SANCOB for short, pulled together dozens of organizations for the effort, and supplies and donations poured in. Fish, lots of fish. In fact, 361 tons at Salt River alone. Vitamins, equipment, pools and liners, cleaning agents, cleaning gear, protective gear, boxes, transportation. Even a Red Cross station was set up inside the facility to care for human injuries. And then you need the people to make it all happen. So how do you spread the word?
On the radio, 2-3 times a day, about 4 or 5 different local and national radio slots. I talk to people, I cajole them, I beg them, and we've had an overwhelming response.
Of course, a booming voice helps.
My bid happens to be a big body with a big voice, and I just organize the people, I yell at them, I smile at them, I encourage them, and I keep things going.
Thousands of volunteers answered. People came after putting in a full shift at their regular jobs. Day after day, they showed up with big smiles and amazing attitudes as they got ready to do some very dirty work.
The cleaning, the scrubbing, it's not all glamorous. There's a lot of hard, back-breaking work in it, but it's all part. We're all here for the penguins.
It's all about the penguins, but it was the people that made it all about the penguins. This shared sense of coming together for the cause moved literally every one of the workers.
I never had the remotest idea what this would be like. This is utterly overwhelming.
People are coming together. Most of us are here on a volunteer basis, and that's been like super part of this. It's been great to be here.
It's important for us to also be involved in that conservation, and so this is our opportunity to do the right thing.
When you have a disaster like this, and I think that's an appropriate word, is a disaster, considering this is one of the largest animal rescues ever, to take a look at something, things that are involved, it's just getting the people here to help out.
It's an important cause over here.
But Big Mike said it best.
If we had to factor in the cost of the manpower, it would be astronomical. And the only reason we keep the costs down is because the people are prepared to help. And Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people, we rock!
All the volunteers were a great bunch of people. All 40,000 of them, because in the end, that's how many people showed up to help the African penguins. Standing over 3 feet tall, the largest of the penguins, the emperor penguin, lives its entire life in and around Antarctica. SeaWorld San Diego became the first place outside of Antarctica to hatch and raise an emperor chick. Since then, all the SeaWorld parks continue to participate in comprehensive breeding programs for all of our penguins, welcoming many additions to our SeaWorld family. How's that for a penguin encounter? The response to the African penguin crisis shows what can happen when people join forces for wildlife conservation. Because of thousands of helping hands, the vulnerable population of African penguins got a second chance at survival. And all this time, energy, and hard work was leading up to a single goal: the day the penguins could be released and swim home.
This spill in South Africa, in Cape Town, is probably, to the best of my knowledge, one of the largest responses in history to oiled wildlife. It may not be the largest spill by volume of oil spilled, and it may not have the most miles of coastline affected, but it by far has the most live animals retrieved, brought into captivity for rehabilitation. So this is an extremely large spill response here in Cape Town.
After 6 weeks of caring for the oiled birds, the last penguin rescued received his bath, and it was time to send the final birds home.
Fortunately, these chicks right here were not oiled, so we didn't have to clean them.
Several weeks had passed since the chicks had been rescued. They thrived under the watchful eyes of the rescue team, so they were strong and healthy and ready to survive on their own. Their down was replaced with waterproof feathers, making it possible for them to swim from the shore to their home islands.
Well, this is what it's all about. This is
It's come full circle, so it feels like all of the efforts have been a success in seeing these set free. And
Before their release, they were sprayed with pink dye, so researchers could easily identify them. The adult penguins were marked as well, and then fitted with an ID tag on their flipper. Finally, the birds were crated and ready to transport to the sea. It was an emotion-packed day for the workers and volunteers.
To actually reach a goal like this is truly remarkable.
this was definitely
Yeah.
a good day for us.
Relief is a big one. The relief is a big one. They got out before anything bad could happen to them.
So in the long run for these chicks that we've released, and I'm very happy for them. They're doing extremely well. It was a nice release.
It's always wonderful wherever I am, even if it's one bird or 600. That's awesome. It's a wonderful feeling because it's an accomplishment.
It was a long haul for both the animals and the people. But in the end, a remarkable contribution to penguin conservation. Not all of the birds taken off Robben and Dasson Islands were oiled. In an attempt to prevent these birds from becoming harmed, volunteers saved 21,000 penguins by collecting unoiled birds and transporting them to Port Elizabeth and releasing them to swim home, where they would arrive after the worst of the oil spill was over. This step in prevention is a strong example of proactive conservation. Today, many human activities are impacting penguins. Hunting, coastal development, pollution, and overharvesting of fish stocks that penguins eat top the list of threats. Currently, all 17 species of penguins are legally protected, and at least 5 species are considered at risk for becoming extinct. Like IFAW and sandcob, other groups such as the Captive Breeding Specialist Group work towards the conservation of penguins. The SeaWorld parks maintain Emperor, King, Macaroni, Adelie, Gentoo, Chinstrap, Rockhopper, Magellanic, and Humboldt penguins, and each of these species has successfully reproduced. SeaWorld San Diego participates in the species survival plan for the endangered Humboldt penguin, helping to maintain diversity within this species. In addition, SeaWorld Parks also employ 2 stud bookkeepers to track the captive breeding of Chinstrap, Adelie, and King penguins. Finally, the Oiled Wildlife Care Center at SeaWorld San Diego serves as a valuable resource to assist oiled animals in times of crisis.
The Oil Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
Major disasters remind us how vulnerable an entire animal population can be. But a crisis isn't the only time you can help. Conservation happens every day at a local level. Get involved with a zoological park or aquarium in your town and find out what you can do. When the Cape Town call for action was heard around the world, many responded. We offered help, but what we got back in return was invaluable.
There are so many wonderful animals in this world. There's so many wonderful people in the world that care so much about them. To see everybody come together and want to work and really just take care of those animals was incredible. I think being able to come back and share that with the people here in the United States and just even at SeaWorld has been the greatest thing for me.
I learned more about people, myself included, on this trip, I think, than any single thing I've done to date. The sheer number of volunteers that showed up every day at the Salt River railway station was just overwhelming. It just kind of reaffirms your faith in humanity when you see how willing people are to donate their time. It really showed that people can truly be compassionate when there's another species that's in need of their help.
The African penguin rescue remains the largest, most successful bird rescue in history to date. Over 40,000 volunteers saved more than 43,000 birds total. They cleaned about 22,000 birds and achieved a 90% survival rate upon their release. This monumental success happened because a lot of caring people showed up and made a difference. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Penguin Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The penguins featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is May 15th, 2023. We do have, we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion for the approval from the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
I have a motion to approve from Rick Autry and a second from Jody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? So I guess we'll get right into it. Who does this? Kathy?
Yep.
For
she'll
Touch
get
a
most
Truck?
of 'em. Yes, sir.
All right, Kathy, tell us about Touch a Truck.
Touch a Truck, the weather worked out for us, thank goodness. It was a little scary there. It was a great turnout. Had the 500 vests and hats, ran out of those. The only thing we heard is we did get a request next year for the Touch a Truck to put all the horns in one section because of some of the displays. The horn were a little close to the other displays, but besides
Did that come from, not to interrupt you, but I'm curious, did that come from an adult or from a kid?
Two adults that actually had displays in the event.
So the kids didn't say nothing about it.
No, but some of the horns, I believe some of the kids may have got scared because they weren't prepared when they walked up and when the horn went off. I know the IMI truck scared Sheila and I. We weren't expecting it. So I think we're going to put some signs up maybe next year just with warnings, horn blowing, be prepared kind of thing. But that's the only thing that we heard as a suggestion for next year. So everything else is positive.
I think the horns are very startling. Every time somebody did that cement truck and just pulled the horn, everybody's
Yeah.
like,
And I think last year when we had it, it was in the front parking lot, so everything was spread apart.
Yeah.
And so, because the horns were honked last year, I think it's just because of how close they were. So we'll make sure to take that into consideration when we map out the displays next year. So.
When I used to drive a truck, my oldest son at that time was 5. And I'd bring it home sometimes, lived in the same house. He would hang on that thing until it ran completely out of air.
Yep.
My neighbors loved me.
Oh, I was, nuh-uh. Oh, man.
Any comments about the block party?
Yes, I loved it, to tell you the truth. My granddaughter loved it. We went through everything. And then we sat under the gazebo and we had lunch, and then we went back and had dessert, and then we went back home. And she's like, "Can we go back?" And I'm like, "No, we cannot go back. We're good. We're done." But it was really fun. Good. And I have to admit, it was the first block party I went to. So,
okay.
And now I went to Touch a Truck last year, but combining the both was something good. That was great.
That was exactly what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, and the face painting, that was free, was wonderful.
And we had 3 to accommodate to keep up.
Yes, and also the make your slime for free was something amazing.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, how much does this cost? How much does this cost? And everything, so terrific.
Good.
And they loved it. And we're still playing with the slime. On Sunday, I'm like, get that off my coffee table, but it just pulls off and there's nothing there, and it's just perfect. It was great.
Yeah, my grandson loved it. He was 3 pounds shy to jump on the bungee.
Oh yeah.
That did not go over well.
Wow.
So
my granddaughter walked by it and said, "I don't even want to do it."
Overall, as Jody said, I was going to say the same thing. I think putting the block party and the Touch a Truck together was a deal.
Good.
So you guys did good. The Parks and Rec guys were busy, just doing all kind of things, helping people. So
we did get compliments from the vendors on how well organized the guys were placing them and assisting them. So
I even heard that most of the vendors made pretty decent money.
Well, I asked a couple of it because I was buying stuff,
Yeah.
throughout the whole day, and I'm like, "How are you feeling it's going?" And they're like, "This is really great. We're really getting a lot of activity, and
Good.
I know my wallet was a little lighter when I went home.
right." But that's okay. That's what we want.
Right.
So, I guess we'll move on here, May and June. So we don't have anything till July 4th?
Correct. July 4th is our next event. So nothing for the month of June.
All right, well, let's talk about it. What you got lined up?
All right. Gates open at 5:30. The Bueller Band, which is an 80s cover band, is performing. The music will start at 6, and then we'll have the food trucks and activities. 4th of July pretty much takes care of itself because of the fireworks, so it
You have
draws
a
the
name for the
crowd.
80s band?
I'm sorry?
A name for the 80s band?
It's the Bueller Band. They don't have one particular band that they cover. It's pretty much
like
mix
the realm of the 80s.
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's going to be on a Tuesday.
Correct.
Oh boy, I'll be dancing.
Did everybody get that? The music starts at what time?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. and you're going to have vendors.
Just food trucks. We have food vendors. We don't have any other types of vendors. Sometimes there'll be a toy vendor with the glow-up toys that
Oh,
comes.
yeah, that's a big hit.
Mhm. But
What about-
that's the only thing if it's 4th of July oriented.
You're going to have inflatables.
We're going to have the spider jump come back, and I've requested the obstacle course, and I've not got confirmation on that yet.
All right. Any questions? All right, we'll jump on to my favorite so I can get out there and run is Howl at the Moon.
All right, this year it is Friday, August 11th. We've already opened registrations, so they are now open online. We've got 4 registered so far. Check-ins at 6:30, race starts at 8 at the back pavilion at Veterans Memorial. And we are currently looking for sponsors for that event.
Can the sponsors, do they need to call or log on
We
anywhere
have
in
the
particular?
sponsor form online on the LaVergne37086.gov, or they could call. We've got paper forms we can send out as well. Call, email, any of the above.
So on the website, does that give you the company's incentives of why they want to?
Yes, there's a package that's attached on the website, and it shows what they get in return for their sponsorship.
Okay.
So it'll go from the back pavilion to City Hall.
Correct. And then back to the back pavilion.
How far is that? Is that a 5K? Is that a true 5K? Or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's certified.
It is certified.
You ran it before?
You're talking about being on the website and stuff. I want to stop here and give Sheila a big kudos because she is awesome on Facebook and stuff, getting that stuff out there, and it even helps remind me so I can share it. So she does a great job with that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Lord, the carnival.
Carnival's coming back August 24th through the 27th. Right now, we're showing weekdays are going to be open from 5 to 10 p.m., and then weekend days, noon to 10 p.m.
Same one.
Same carnival company, correct?
Are you,
Go ahead.
are you doing the same incentives, like doing the giveaway?
That's not in the plans right now. Last year, it was pretty much in celebration of our 50th anniversary is why we did that
Oh, I
last
see.
year.
Mhm.
So this year, it's just, so far, just offering the carnival to the public. It
Okay.
is 5 to 10 on weeknights and noon to 10 on weekends. I believe it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this year.
Do you know anything about that pricing thing? They're going to do the same thing, or
They
do
have
we
not-
know yet?
They've not given me the pricing information yet.
Yeah, I didn't have any problem with it other than the understanding part of it.
I thought it was quite expensive.
I think last year maybe 4-hour increments is what they did their armbands for, I believe.
Every ride?
Well, you got the armband, and then I believe that armband was only good for 4 hours, if I remember correctly. So I'm not sure how they're going to present it this year.
Well, last year, if the armband was good till 4 and you came at 3:30, you only got
30 minutes.
30 minutes, and then you had to pay that other price. which I know they're here to make money, but I also know that there was some confusion about it. And at the same time, if you want to plan it, you need to plan it to where you're going to be there at 12 o'clock and get your full, which I know also sometimes that's not possible, but you can't meet everyone's needs.
Right.
It's just impossible.
Right.
So you can go to the 6 o'clock maybe, and then go further. So
Yeah, that's,
3:30 or 4 o'clock and
Yeah.
go further.
that's
Yeah.
why I say it's,
Know your time.
you know, kind of, you have to plan ahead.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, that's next. Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival is September 15th and 16th. 15th, we are still working on the Prince Band contract, so we've not got that finalized yet. And then just the traditional parade ending in the park, 10 o'clock parade, and then the festival itself will end at 3:30. We're not going to be doing a Saturday night concert this year.
So there's no concert in the park at all?
Friday night.
Oh, there is, okay.
Right.
So this is September 15th.
September 15th, right. We're trying to get a Prince cover band right now, so we're still working on that contract, but we will have a concert that Friday night.
And just to put it in terms, in case anyone's catching this on YouTube, by the time 3:30, 4 o'clock rolls around on Saturday, especially with the heat, people are beat down and dead. The last couple of years that we have spent good money to have those bands there, the 100 or so of us that came out, we enjoyed it, but it's hard to justify to spend that kind of money for 100 people. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
So I know some people ask about it, and you know that's why, even though it was nice and I enjoyed it, I know you were there, Rick. Everybody was there, and we enjoyed it. But to put on a big show like that and spend that money for 100, 125 people is just not
realistic.
And like I said, at the end of the day, by 3:30, 4 o'clock, man, people are beat.
Tired.
down.
They're going home.
Hot.
Yeah.
Hot. And my favorite, man, I'm so ready for a homegrown mater. Farmers Market.
All right, Farmers Market, we've moved it to Tuesdays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The market runs from June 6th to August 29th. We are still receiving registrations. We've got a couple in the last few weeks as well. I believe we got one of the signs out today advertising the farmers market as well. And we have put it on Facebook, and we'll share it again. So registrations are trickling in.
It's starting June what?
June 6th, the first Tuesday in June, and
So
it'll
right
go
after-
through the last Tuesday in August.
So right after Memorial Day.
Correct.
Yep.
3 to 7.
3 to 7, and it's at the same location up here at the City Hall
Yes.
complex.
That's good.
I'm excited. Always, every year.
You're always taking live videos.
Hey, when it comes to food, I get excited.
Yes, you do.
Any comments about Farmers Market? All right, we will move on to, well, our next meeting will be June the 26th. Is that right?
Because of Juneteenth,
Oh, that is right.
we had to move it to next weekend.
Can we talk about that? Juneteenth? How's that going?
She is getting the Bicentennial Pavilion here because we already had a tournament scheduled in the park by the time they locked in their date.
Okay.
So they're going to do it on the 17th, which is that Saturday instead of the 19th. They're going to get the Bicentennial area down here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when they're planning their event.
So when you say planning their event, what event is it?
It's a Juneteenth celebration.
Okay.
Shermille Balbalosa, did I say that right?
Correct.
She has done it a couple of years. I think she missed last year, maybe the year before.
It's 2 years, once for COVID and then once because she had to move and she's trying to get back. And I know that her and Hope Oliver are working together. So we need to, that is a city-sponsored event, correct? Not this year, but we're working on it.
We are working on it. We're not officially sponsors, but we're going to do what we can to help them out. So
We're going to do some advertising and stuff.
I'm not 100% sure we can do that. I think we told her we were pretty much going to be hands off that since it wasn't a city-sponsored event. We were kind of limited at what we could do. And she knew that when we met with her at the office because it was so late in the game. We weren't even sure they were going to do anything until probably 2 months ago. And by that time, we already had the schedule made for the summer at the park. So we couldn't see putting them in a pavilion on a ball tournament weekend because there's just too much traffic up there for that. So they opted for this down here, which was a better option for them.
All right. Mr. Rick, got any comments, sir?
No, I think we covered everything.
All right. Mr. Giles?
No, sir. I will say Touch a Truck was a good experience for myself. I had my granddaughter out there earlier today. She had a good time.
Yeah, I would concur with that because just putting both of them together, the block party and the touch, because I did the touch truck last year, and it was fun, very hot, but very fun. But this had more things going on. I mean, there was a lot there. I could hear the music. There was all these vendors. We did everything, and we were there for the full 4 hours, pretty much. We got there at 11. We didn't leave there till 3, and it was great. So, good luck. Good job. Good job.
Well, I didn't get no smoked bologna sandwich from Biggins,
Oh, so you're now not happy.
so I wasn't happy about that. It was my own fault, but that's beside the point. I'm still not happy about it.
Well, you're just following your grandson.
But as usual, you guys, Parks and Rec, do a great job. Mother Nature, as Kathy said, smiled on us. It got kind of sticky and humid, but, it's that time of year. So I want to say that I'm really glad to see the board members coming out to these events. That's always a big plus. So hopefully by July 4th, we will have another big event. So until then, I will see you all on June 26th right here in the boardroom at 6 p.m. I call this meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission April 25th, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item is to approve the meeting minutes for the March 28th, 2023 public hearing and the March 28th, 2023 regular meeting. We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2, site plan, Seventh-day Adventist Church requested by Asmitech Inc., property located at 271 Jefferson Pike, tax map 18N, parcel 18.01, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Kentucky Tennessee Conference of Seventh-day Adventist Inc. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval for the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Jefferson Pike, and this site is 1.5 acres. And the existing church is 2,900 square feet, and then this addition would add 1,600 approximately additional square feet, and a large area, roughly ½ acre of new pavement to the site. The church has been here several times, and they are requesting a deferral tonight. They've had 3, but I know that they've run into some hardships and whatnot, and I know the outstanding items are all engineering items, and Mr. Lyde has been working with them, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Okay, there's been no game playing on their part, no belligerence. We have been working steadily back and forth. It's been a continuous effort, a good relationship. It's just been kind of difficult getting through all the technical issues of this site. We are very close, and engineering recommends that y'all give them one more deferral to give us 1 more month to work this out.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to defer to next month.
We have a motion to defer. I'll second. We have a
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Item number 3 is deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
That is correct.
Very good. Item number 4, site plan, Dick Buchanan Trailer Storage. Trailer storage in 2 new buildings of 9,112,000 square feet on 15.47 acres, requested by 615 Design Group. Property located on Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by CSJ and Associates, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is another site plan request approval for Dick Buchanan Street. This is an industrial site. You can see on the screen. This property is on the east side of Dick Buchanan Street. I know it's been here many times over the last 2 years or 3. So if you have any questions, just let me know. It is zoned I-2. You can see here on the map. And there's a photo of the property. This site's about 15.47 acres, and the flat site, it's been ready for development for some time. So they, as you know, they finished all of their comments, I think a month or a month and a half ago, except they had an issue with some pavement that they weren't showing, but they rectified all of that, resubmitted, and there's no outstanding technical comments on this project. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Logan or the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, it's been with us for several months now, and I think now that they have answered all our questions and getting the blacktop where it needs to be, so with that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the next item. Item number 5, site plan, 5450 Murfreesboro Road, new retail building totaling 11,550 square feet on 1.53 acres. Requested by Huddleston Steel, Inc., property located at 5450 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, Parcel 3, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by FHMY Realty Investors, LLC. Mr. Logan.
If this is 5, this is the deferral.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
For Scott equipment.
I needed the practice. So, item number 6, site plan, Scott Equipment Parts Building, new building totaling 20,000 square feet and building addition of 1,060 square feet requested by Fulmer Lucas. Property located at 140 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 5.12, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by Scott Equipment LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So this request is for site plan approval at Scott Equipment Company. This is located on Waldron Road. And this applicant originally was proposing some parking additions and a new parts building. And that was in February. And since that time, they have decided to not build the detached building and only do a small addition to their building and the parking lot addition. So this site's about 15.7 acres. You can see there on the screen. The existing building was finished in 2019, so it's not very old. And the detached parts building would be in this area, but that's since been done away with. So now we're just down to the small addition on the building. This is another site image. It shows Waldron Road and the railroad track. And this intersection is Murfreesboro Road and Waldron, where the Walgreens is. And then here on the zoning map, it's this parcel here in the dark blue color, which is I-2 Heavy Industrial. And this is some site photos, the sign that's existing out there today. And this is the front of the building that was completed in 2019. Another view of that with the parking lot. And then this is the building that sits behind. Well, this is the same building, but there's a shed behind that's not attached. So this is on the rear of the property, and this building faces north instead of facing Waldron Road. They did go to BOZA for that back in 19 to get the orientation of the building the way that they liked it. Other than that, there's no outstanding comments. I don't believe Mr. Light has any, so we'll be glad to answer your questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be a good idea on this one for the minutes to, if in the motion, to say it's only for the building addition and not the new 20,000 square foot building, all, just make it clear.
So whatever the motion is stated, it needs to say that the motion is for the addition
Only.
only. Okay, thank you.
What about the parking? That needs to be included?
Yeah, the addition and associated parking or something like that.
So with that,
Just want to be clear that it's not for the parts.
okay. Yes, sir.
I do have a question. Mr. Logan, does the addition materials that matches the existing buildings materials?
Yes, sir.
Flash?
It does. They match.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the building addition of 1,060 square feet and related parking.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7, site plan, Carruthers Crossing Commercial, 10 mixed-use buildings on 1.61 acres requested by SEC. Property located on Carruthers Road, tax map 29, parcel 29. PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Burkett Hills Investment Group, LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is the Carruthers Crossing commercial site plan. They're proposing 10 buildings on 1.61 acres. And this property is zoned Planned Density Residential, or PDR. So you can see on this image, this is Carruthers Road, and this south side is where Carruthers Crossing has been under construction. You can see some of the homes here that have been completed that are near the entrance. So it's these parcels either side of this road that are under review tonight. So this is where they're proposing the 10 buildings. Zooming out, you can see more of the site. So again, we're talking about these 2 lots on either side of the road. So this is a large development. At build out, I believe the unit count's about 374 total, so it is a large development. Here's the zoning map. So again, these 2 parcels next to Carruthers Road. And then I know that they have completed all their technical comments. Mr. Lyde and I talked about that before the meeting. So we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Please, sir. Is the applicant here this evening? Could state your name and address for the record, sir?
Richard Howes with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Thank you, sir.
This is a question for staff, either Kyle, Bo, or Gary, but this does match to the PDR that was approved well before everybody but Graham was on the board. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they actually came back after I started working here in 17 and submitted a new PDR book.
Okay.
But it does conform to that, yes.
Okay, and then with these 10 stores, 10 basically units, are tenants just going to be locked into each one, or can they do, I know we're going to have residential on top, but will you have somebody, decides that as a tenant they want 8, 9 and have a larger footprint?
On the commercial side, we have reduced down to only 8 units, so we're going to have 1 unit that's 2 combined to make it a little bit bigger. So we've got 8 units to accommodate the parking. After the workshop, we went back and modified that to address the parking issue. But they will be able to, if they want to purchase or rent more than 1 unit, they will be able to do that, yes.
Okay. My question then with that has that been updated on the documents we have? Because I've got, looking at C.2 and C.3, both show 10, or not C.3, but C.1.0, both show 10.
Showing 10. Mr. Logan?
It's got 10 units because there will be 10 as far as residential units, but they can, on the commercial side, they will be able to, they're going to reduce down to 8, and they will be able to go and make them, if they so desire, somebody wants to rent more than the 1 unit, they will be able to do that.
Okay, I'm fine with the renting more units. That's what I was hoping for if you have a larger tenant come through. But my only question then is for staff, does that need to be shown on here?
I guess I'm not quite understanding the question.
So the top will have 10 units, top floor of the residential portion. Bottom section will have 8. Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
That'll have 8. And at least what I'm looking at on the documents, both show 10.
1 through 10, yes.
But does anything need to show 8 for our purposes?
I think the residential would be the most important to show at this point, because you wouldn't want that number to be wrong,
Right.
Especially since there's a total unit count that goes with the PDR booklet and all that. But I don't know that the PDR just says the bottom level can be commercial. It doesn't specify, the PDR book doesn't specify how many units commercial in the bottom, so I guess it's up to you all.
So let me just jump in here because I was involved initially. The plan was obviously to have the 10 units for the top for the residential. But as we all know, that on the commercial side, if they wanted to merge number 1 and number 2 as 1 unit, that would be acceptable. And that's the way it was written. So I'm happy with the way it's done as far as 1 through 10 for the residential, because what may happen at a later date is you know, 3 and 4, so they may lease those 2 and join those 2 together too. So it meets the intent that we put together originally, I think, with the PDR.
I guess my only question would be, is it noted somewhere on paperwork that it would be 8 units commercial?
It's listed in the parking calculations, but I can add it to the plan somewhere else saying that we've got the residential units and then we've got.
I think as long as we have something stating
Max
that
8.
Max
Yeah.
8 on bottom for the
Can
parking.
do that, not a
then-
problem.
The car park is going to drive that.
Yes, absolutely.
Just knowing LaVergne, I could see 15, 20 years from now, someone coming back saying, hey, look, 10, and I want 10. And that's my thought.
We can adjust that, not a problem.
As long as it's referenced, and it's referenced in the parking, so we should be
Yeah.
safe. So, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, do we have trash on both sides? I think that was a concern brought up. at the
Dumpster
last
is on
meeting.
both, has been located on both sides, yes.
All right.
Very good.
That's good. Good by me.
Anything else, anyone?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Item number 8. Site plan, The Ridge, Phase 4, Lot 401, open space community pool and pool house on 0.55 acres, requested by Womble and Associates, property located off Rocky Trail, tax map 29, parcel 41.04 and part of parcel 41.02, R1 low density residential zoning district and R2 medium density residential zoning district. Property owned by Mitchell Bowman DBA B&F Development LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is request for site plan at the Ridge. It's for their pool house as well as their pool. Trying to navigate to the right item here. Okay, so this is also referred to as Lot 401 in the plans. So this one too, of course, was here last May of 2022. And at that time, the HOA decided to not have this consultant and group build the pool and pool house, and then through a long history of last year, they've decided to go back with this plan. So that's how it's here again a year later, kind of in a nutshell. So you can see on the screen here, this is the Ridge, Phase 4, Lot 401, and it's at the corner of Smoky Ridge Drive and Rocky Trail. And then scrolling to the next photo. So this is a much larger view, zoomed out, but this is the lot here in relation to Carruthers Crossing, which we just covered in the previous item. And then, of course, you can see the lot arrangement for the rest of the ridge going south. So it's actually not very far from Carruthers Crossing. And here it is on the zoning map. Again, PDR is to the northwest here at Carruthers Crossing. Orange is R1, and then the darker brick color is R2. And then this is one of the photos from the site. And I know this is...
Can you go to past all the plans?
Okay.
Okay, we have no technical comments. They have addressed them all. However, their engineer did something that as someone who looks at old videotapes of old planning commission meetings a lot lately, really appreciated. In their response to comments, rather than just responding to our staff comments, they also put the ones from y'all's workshop. So go right after their plans. Oh, yeah, the one's all scribbled on up there. Can you blow that one up,
Yeah,
please?
yeah.
So I wanted, since they were quoting y'all and giving responses, wanted to give you a chance to read what it was said. Here we are. So comment 1, the residents of the Ridge. Oh, yeah, play with this. The residents of the Ridge have not seen the site plan for the amenity lot. Their response is, the site plan for the amenity lot is public record. A survey was sent to the residents of the Ridge. The survey included the size of the pool, 20 by 40, of those that participated. 69.3% refer the amenity lot as the developer chose to build it. The second comment they referenced, how many phases of the Ridge will this pool service? Their response, the amenity lot is meant for the 5 phases of the Ridge that have already been granted and preliminary plat approved. None of the future phases are planned to use the pool. On comment number 3, what they originally responded did not match my recollection of their answer at the time. So emails have gone past, and they're the next 2 pages, but their responses are put on y'all's report, where they have said, yes, the playground and the dog park will be built by the developer and will be built before certificate of occupancy is granted.
Very nice. They're trying to spoil us.
Yeah, no, those were all my questions, so it's nice to see that they were answered. And the neighborhood is certainly, really looking forward to this development, so. And it came in better than expected.
Very nice.
Dog park and playground, so very, very delighted.
Do we have any other questions or comments in regards to it, this item? With that, we will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan for the Ridge Phase 4, Lot 401 as submitted.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9 is deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, sir. Item number 10, site plan Altera, existing building totaling approximately 10,500 square feet and building addition of 7,300 square feet on 5.16 acres, requested by Paradigm Studios PLLC. Property located at 122 Charter Place, tax map 29, parcel 2.05, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 122 Charter Partners LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at Altera or Ditch Witch. It has more than one name. So this is an existing building at 122 Charter Place, and Ditch Witch has proposed to take over this building to expand their operations in LaVergne. They are proposing to add an addition of approximately 7,300 square feet. The existing building is 10,500 square feet. And the several issues, I guess, from the workshop 2 weeks ago, and we'll cover some of those, and Mr. Lyde, myself will cover them, but the parcel is in the South Waldron Overlay District, so there's some architectural considerations there. You can see on the screen is the site with the existing building and surrounding parking lots and driveways. So this equipment, at the time this was flown, this equipment was here. A lot of it has been removed, but this is the old, calling it J&J Equipment or J&L Equipment Company. So Ditch Witch is to your right in this photo, the existing Ditch Witch. So moving along here, this is just another view further out. So this is the subject property, and then Ditch Witch existing is to the east. And then, of course, this is the new intersection that was just paved in the last couple of weeks at Charter Place and Walden Road by the Thorntons. So this is Thorntons here with their building and gas canopy when it was under construction. And then here's the zoning map. So this is Charter Place, and the north side is mostly all C2, which is a commercial zoning. The Dollar General is here on this corner next door to this property tonight. So the Dollar General is zoned commercial, and everything going east from that point all the way down Charter and to Armstrong Court is zoned I2, heavy industrial. And then this is a photo of the existing building. Of course, it's been vacated for a few months. This is the front of the building. You can see there is some existing brick on this building. And then just another view of the signage and some of the landscaping from the front. So this is a sort of a close-up of the existing metal and brick with the awning that has the address 122 on it. Another view of that with some sidewalk and parking. So this is some of the gravel areas that were discussed 2 weeks ago. And they are in the rear and along the side where the bay doors are, is where most of the gravel is. And then this is just a shot at the, shows the existing fencing and some of those gravel areas too on the, I guess that's the west side or north side of the building. And this shot shows how many bay doors there are. There's quite a few. So this is along the side of the building. That finishes the pictures, and then this is the site plan. But I'll go back and I think I loaded the new one last night.
Oh, not on my screen, so it scared me.
So I want to get back to that report and go to the comments. So here that is. So the remaining comments from the workshop 2 weeks ago, number one, the Architectural Materials Board needs to be submitted. I do believe the applicant has brought that with them tonight. We've got the sidewalk requirement that the city has. They've expressed an interest to ask for fee in lieu of sidewalks, so they'll be asking you about that tonight. Number three, the entire building should be brought up to the overlay streetscape district. So that goes along with number one. And then number four, I'll turn over to Mr. Lyde.
Okay, can you go down to sheet C200, please?
Okay.
Okay, that's not the one they submitted. Okay, apologies from the staff. This is not what they submitted after the workshop. What they are proposing, in terms of y'all's concern about a concrete apron, they are proposing one, and I have it in paper here, once they actually did submit, about 20-foot heavy-duty concrete apron that runs from here to here along the sides of their new building, and from here to here along the sides of their new building. And it stops roughly there, and it stops here and here. So that's not really a technical comment. They did address all of my technical comments. I just wanted y'all to understand how they were addressing your comments concerning the concrete apron.
But it is shown on the paperwork you have, sir.
Yes, sir, and I'll be glad to show it to you.
Good enough. Is there an applicant here this evening? Name and address for the record, kind sir.
You might want to go back there. I knew that something was not quite right. Is this not the latest? This is the latest. We have the latest, and I knew that we did. For whatever reason, the site plan from 2 weeks ago is still loaded.
Okay, so
they're both on here.
This dark gray area is the proposed concrete apron that they are adding.
Very good. Thank you.
My name is Alex Dickerson, Thompson Burton, 1801 West End Avenue, on behalf of the applicant. So we had the workshop a few weeks ago, and you all expressed a lot of comments there, and we've taken those to heart, we think. Everything complies with the overlay per your request. We've added the dustless surface to our loading areas. Brick on the front, we talked about percentages. We have the correct percentage on the front and the sides per your request. We are seeking to pay in lieu of sidewalks. in the area, and I think staff can confirm this, but everything on the south side of Charter, there are no sidewalks on the south side of Charter. So if we are required to put a sidewalk there, it'll essentially be just one section of sidewalk. So we're requesting to pay in lieu so the city can use that money wherever it sees fit. But happy to answer any questions you have. And I have the materials board down here. I don't know if you all want to see that or.
Let's start with the materials board. Please raise it so everyone can see it. Everyone satisfied with that? And we will discuss sidewalks.
Let me ask real quick for Kyle, with the work that's still being done over on Charter, the intersection, are they gonna wrap that sidewalk around the Dollar General side?
No, the sidewalk in that area is, on the Thornton side. The Dollar General side does not have a sidewalk. It's a ditch line section.
Okay, I know in front of it does, but I didn't know if we were wrapping it around.
No.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Mr. Coates?
Yeah, so if they are requesting fee in lieu, can we get a dimension of what that is so we can calculate real quick what that cost is? You know what that dimension is? And while he's doing that, Mr. Logan, if you just pull up page 291 on our packet, if you would. Just want to have a question on the materials. Page 291. It's a picture of the building from the side. Sorry, 251. Let me clarify. 251. There you go.
One of these.
Yeah, so the top one. So just explain, if you would. Obviously, look at the picture here. You've got a yellowish on the front and a blue along the top, along the side. What's the plan for that, beautifying that that corner of that building?
Good evening, Stephen Reuter, Paradigm Studio, 761 Old Hickory Boulevard, Brentwood, Tennessee. I'm the architect. So obviously we're going to clean up the greenery, clean that off, clean the brickwork, and we would be adding brick on top of the existing brick to get to the 80%. So last time when we were here at the workshop, I thought it was at 70%. We went back and checked, it's 50-something%, so we're not even close. So we're going to add brick to get to the 80%. So the drawings that are in the packet that show the color elevations show the calculations that we'll get that to the 80%. So we'll wrap brick around the front edge there that matches that existing brick. I think it's approximately 2 to 3 feet more brick up on that facade to get to the 80%. The remaining metal panel will remain. We'll either pressure wash it and clean it or paint it to freshen it up. So it'll be the same colors. Let me show you. On the color board here, this picture represents existing brick with the proposed new brick, so we're trying to show that we're matching the brick. And then this picture shows the color swatches at the Sherwin-Williams Greek Villa, matching the existing metal panel, and this is an actual swatch of that. So the intent is to match the brick, to match the metal on the addition to the existing.
But if you look at the picture there up on the board, on the front, which is the yellow goldish, along the left side, it looks like blue run along the top. Obviously, that's going to be color coordinated, so it's more correct.
I don't know that we captured that detail. I think our intent would be to paint that to match the metal, so you wouldn't have an accent color there.
Kind of more defined there.
Yes. So our intent would not be introduce that accent color, if that makes sense.
No blue?
Exactly. Correct.
Thank you.
With that, do we have a calculation of the length of the sidewalk?
I have a fee.
Okay, a fee's fine. We just want to make sure, but in the motion that we're encompassing the length or the cost involved, so we know we're agreeing up front of what that number is.
My name is Bubba Ingram. My company is Ingram Civil Engineering, 212 Overlook Circle, Suite 105 in Brentwood, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir.
And the correspondence that I have here calculating the sidewalk along the frontage for a 6-foot wide section came to $33,000. If the price per square foot was $12. The code, I think currently is 10.
Well, I was going to speak about that when you all were finished. So we have a very interesting thing here. I think Mr. Philip Dodd may end up
Touching on it.
deliberating. Their submittal date was Monday, Monday, March 27th. Unfortunately, that was the day of the shooting. I remember that day. That's the deadline. The meeting was the next day, March 28th. At that meeting, it went from 10 to 12. The Planning Commission voted on it. But their submittal deadline was the day before, the 27th. Now, here we are. If it gets approved tonight, it's $12, but it was $10 when they submitted. I'm not even going to try to figure that one out.
Yes, let's definitely go to legal on that, if you'd be so kind, sir.
So was it submitted on time?
Yes, sir, it was, which was Monday, March 27th.
Well, let me ask you this question. As the applicant, you mentioned 12. Are you okay going with the 12?
I'm sure that the owner would prefer the $10 per square foot. I couldn't say anything else and still have a client, I'm afraid, after the meeting, so.
Very fair statement, sir.
So, is it based, when you're looking at, as far as for legality, is it based on when they asked for the fee in lieu or when they submitted the packet?
Right.
That would be.
It's a hard question.
My question, yeah.
It's a hard question. Do they vest when they actually expend money on it, or are they invested at the submittal? I don't know the answer right now.
Well, I'm going to say, for me, to make sure, because as mayor, we need to protect the city as well as to protect our residents. While I don't like it, I'm going to say the safe side would be to go with a lower amount. That's me.
I'd have to agree. Due to the submittal date, sir?
I'm okay with it. The attorney's looking at me though.
He looks at everybody.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, I understand the effort that you guys put forth on this, so.
And this is a rare occurrence. Mr. Coleman, you feel?
I agree.
Mr. Coates?
Yes.
Okay. So we need a figure at 10.
The dimensions are 450 times 6 feet wide. So I had my calculator up a while ago.
$27,000.
Okay.
That's my guessing.
No guessing. Our engineer's looking at you now.
27,000.
Good job, sir.
You listened well whenever the teacher said you want to always have a calculator in your pocket.
That's right. Good job.
So, real quick question before any motions are made that I've still got. This is for Bo and Gary, just to make sure, because I want to make sure we're 100% here. This is now in compliance with the overlay for Waldron Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We didn't look at these percentages, but some of you may have seen them already in the packet. They're at about 81 point something percent brick on the front, or 82%, and I think the sides are well over 50. So that then puts them in compliance.
And does the side go all the way down, or is it just to the existing building?
I'll bring those up.
Well, I mean, as far as with the overlay.
So this is what they've submitted, and the chart at the bottom. So on the front elevation, they're at 81.25% brick, and I'm looking right here. And this, the side, which is the east elevation and west elevation, they're at exactly 50.5% on the two sides.
Any other questions? Here. So the motion must include a fee in lieu amount of $27,000
So I'll make a motion to accept with the fee in lieu of $27,000.
We have a motion to accept.
Second?
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next item, item number 11. Correct. Yes, item number 11. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen rezoning of property requested by Doyle Elkins, 1.16 acres, property located at 392 Old Nashville Highway, tax map 17E, Group B, parcel 22, current zoning district R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, proposed zoning district C3 Neighborhood Service Business District, zoning district, property owned by Gregus. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is request to rezone property at 392 Old Nashville Highway. And current zoning of this property is R1, and the applicant is proposing to go to C3 zoning, which is neighborhood service. And you remember they were here a couple weeks ago, the applicant, and I believe his, maybe a real estate broker or agent. They were here. You all saw the exhibit, and I'll show it in just a moment, but that was drawn by land surveyor, Mr. Elkins, Doyle Elkins. And at any rate, this is about 1.16 acres, so I'll show the maps here. This is it, 392 Old Nashville. It's a very long parcel, not very wide, and of course that discussion came up at the workshop, that what would they build if they could get C3, because with the width, there's not a lot they could build. They'd have to add properties maybe on either side or one of the sides. And then this is just zoomed out. So property here again outlined in blue. This is just north of Jefferson. This is Jefferson Pike here with the traffic signal. So existing zoning map. You can see all this orange is R1 low density residential. Then you've got R2 medium density that touches it on basically two sides. And then this existing C3 is all here at the intersection, includes the pharmacy and the gas station and those parcels.
Oh, we discussed the lot to right next to it. We were unsure if that was C or...
It is C3.
Okay.
It is C3, yes. So the GIS is still changing that.
Gotcha.
But that's C3, and then here's a photo of the existing building, and then everything else that's on the lot you can see there. And this is at the roadway, so there's the sign that says there's a pending rezoning request, and then this is, of course, Old Nashville Highway with the pavement there, and then this is their application. And then this is the Mr. Elkins, the surveyor that I mentioned. This is the exhibit that he drew or created for them. So this is what they submitted, and this survey just shows the dimensions of the lot and lays out the lot boundaries, and shows all the surrounding properties. And that completes all the documents they submitted. So we'll be happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just want to make sure, I don't have my book in front of me, I left it in my office. At least the use that's written in here on the application of food market is appropriate under this zoning, is that right?
There are a few food uses related to a small grocery or market, and also bakery is listed.
Well, I mean, for the purposes of this, though, the applicant is proposing they've written in food market. So that would be as far as appropriate with this zone.
C3 allows up to a certain size. It doesn't allow, like, obviously an Aldi or a Kroger, but it allows a small neighborhood grocery or bakery. And it's hard to know on these types of rezonings. It's hard to know exactly what the applicant intends, and sometimes they don't know exactly. But I kind of feel like it bleeds back into that conversation of, could they do anything with just the width that they have? I don't see that they can fit a commercial building with parking and driveways.
But that would come up at site plan, correct?
Correct, it would. Yeah, it would come up with site plan.
So,
Mr. Chairman, just to jump in on C3.
Please, thank you.
It's a neighbourhood services district. Following uses and accessories are permitted. Generally recognised retail business which supplies commodities on the premises for persons residing in adjacent residential areas such as groceries, meats, dairy products, baked goods and other foods, cafes, drugs, dry goods, and notations of hardware and gas stations. Then my other question is on the technical items from Public Works. Will we take a look at that? You want to comment on that, Mr. Logan, if you would?
Oh, that was
I think it's maybe Mr. Lyde's comment or.
correct, and that was a boilerplate comment, and if I did not erase that, I apologize.
I suppose my comment is we could be hobbling the ownership too of it. It is going to be very, very difficult to build. It's a very, very narrow lot. He did indicate at the workshop that he owned the property next door, which he lived on, is what he indicated. And so just doing the one lot is going to be very difficult to build on and meet our regulations.
Kyle, I'm going to default to you since Randolph's not here, but if this property is rezoned, it's currently, my understanding from going out there, it's currently being used as a farm. So that would those activities have to cease on that property if there is a rezoning?
No, it's going on today, so as long as they continue to do what they're doing today, they'd still be allowed to do that.
Okay.
And it's currently zoned what?
R1.
I don't know how long it's been used as a farm.
Questions or comments? So on this item, we will be making a favorable or non-favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Entertain a motion.
And with a non-favorable, we do have to state reasons, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Several reasons have been stated already, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll make a motion then for an unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen due to concerns with the lot size of this not being a buildable lot.
I'll second the recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to send a non-favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And our final item is bonds and letters of credit. Mr. Brown. Oh, ma'am. My apologies.
Your bond list in front of you, and the next one that expires will be in June, the celebration run, and I'll get in touch with them next month. But besides that, everything's up to date.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is May 2nd, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight's prayer will be by Pastor Troy Powell, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Vice Mayor Steve Noe. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Would you pray with me? Father, we thank you for our civil servants, for their hard work and their sacrifice. We pray that you would bless them continually. May you generously give to each of them wise and discerning hearts to skillfully govern the people in our city. Give our mayor, staff, city leaders, and city council wisdom so they may solve problems, distinguish between right and wrong, bring order and stability and prosperity to our community. In Jesus' name we pray. Everybody said,
Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item of business is to approve the minutes from the April 4th, 2023 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Next, we have presentations. I'm going to ask the whole board to join me down here. And can we get the Collazo family to come on up? No?
It's fine now.
It's okay. It's okay. So we wanted to present to you the life-saving award to Detective Michael Collazo. The City of LaVergne recognizes your bravery and selfless actions to save innocent lives during the Covenant School shootings. We're proud to call you a member of this community and will be forever grateful for your willingness to fight to shield those who were in desperate need of protection. I know this says a lot, but on behalf of the board and this whole community, thank you for what you did. You rushed into danger for those kids and those people, and we thank you. Would you like to say anything? Hold on. Come on, Captain Call.
On behalf of the police department and your heroic efforts, we've got 3 challenge coins for you: our SWAT coin, our department coin, and our deputy chief coin. And we really appreciate what you did.
Awesome.
That was exciting.
Yes, yes. So moving on to our department reports. Police Department, Captain Call.
It's a great presentation.
Go ahead.
Yes, I trust that you guys have the copy of our report. It's a crime comparison analysis of quarter one of 2022 and 23. Couple of statistics of note: 50% decrease in residential and business burglaries and robberies, but we did have a 32% increase in our petty theft shoplifting. We'd rather see the misdemeanors than felonies, that's for sure. Next page is motor vehicle theft. We had a bump in March compared to the same time last year, and the petty thefts obviously went up in February by 12 in quarter one of 2023. In terms of the activity on the last sheet, a couple of statistics to note. There was a 29% decrease in traffic stops. However, there was a 25% increase in citations and warning citations, possibly due to the weather, a number of officers out there conducting traffic. I'd like to give you guys a briefing on the hiring process that we've got going on right now. We have 7 open positions currently. We have 2 conditional hires, and I believe they're coming in, 1 tomorrow and 1 Thursday to sign on. Currently in background, we have 2 certified officers in background. We have 2 uncertified officers in background. Tomorrow, we have 6 interviews for new officers, 5 non-certified and 1 certified. You guys have any questions?
Thank you, Captain. Moving on to the Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I hope that you've had an opportunity to look at the reports from this last month. As you can see, we're right on track, 2 runs more than we were at this time last year. I think our runs stay right on track with the year before. I think you can probably still predict about a 10% increase by the end of the year, though. Nothing notable other than the amount of water that was used in the month of April. We have our annual hydrant testing or operational testing or flow testing this time of year, so we're flowing hydrants. And early this past month, we had a significant training exercise where we had Tennessee Fire Academy came in and we flowed a considerable amount of water, learning our best operations of our aerial apparatus. It took a lot of water, but I believe that we got a lot of bang for our buck out of that, and I think we have a real understanding of the capabilities of our equipment.
Chief, just looking at the inspections and courtesy inspections, both of those dropped off significantly. Any reason for that?
We had 1 employee that was out for that period of time. It kind of hit a down spell on that.
Okay. Any other questions?
I've seen some good activity over at 283.
Absolutely. I think hopefully tomorrow you'll see some footings being dug, and we'll make some progress in pouring some footers. Obviously, the weather. Thursday, did you say we're expecting rain, Mr. Waldron? Is that right?
I think it's supposed to rain, start raining Thursday.
Yep. So try to get ahead of that. Hopefully, the progress that we've made will allow us to get some work done, even in inclement weather, if it's not actively raining. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for the parks for this past month. Help desk tickets, 65, 468 man-hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, May 13th, block party, Touch a Truck from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Veterans Park. Past events, April 15th was the opening day of the Ball League. This past Saturday was the Senior Center yard sale. You can see the past events for the Senior Center. We hosted the GNRC conference this year. A couple of upcoming events for them. Take note, May 12th, Senior Prom. May 17th is a trip to the General Jackson. And then upcoming meetings on May 15th, Senior Center Advisory, Parks and Greenway Advisory, and, Parks and Rec Advisory, and then the Greenway Advisory at 7. Touch a Truck. I'm gonna call Danny up if he doesn't mind. I know last year was our first year, and Danny was so gracious to be my model for what we were handing out, so.
I did hear Dwayne was interested in that.
Well, we kind of customized these for Danny. I kind of felt bad last year because I didn't realize the vest that I brought was so small. So we had to grease him up, and he got into it anyway. So this year we kind of made a few adjustments. We are going to be giving out, we have 500 hats and vests that we'll be giving out to the kids. We customized this one for Danny with his own name on it. Yes! And this is a vest that I guarantee will fit him with the Water Boy on it. Oh. And if you're familiar with the Water Boy, they produce high quality H2O.
That one looks like it's big enough to fit me.
Well,
We weren't gonna make that mistake again this year, so we decided we would customize him one and trick it out a little bit for him.
I'm not sure that hat is quite OSHA compliant. Is that right, Andrew?
Sorry, but this is,
Exactly. I kind of feel like one of the Price is Right gals, you know. Hey, here we go. Is my 3 minutes up? Here you go. We have 8 food snack vendors, 32 craft vendors, 18 touch-a-truck displays. Entertainment will be on the football field, laser tag, spider jump, 360 photo booth, face painting, mobile axe throwing. Have several advertisements going out on the radio, so you guys may hear some of that. Any questions?
That axe throwing is on ice, is that right?
Yes, no doubt.
Okay. Bruce wants to be the first one doing it, so.
We didn't get the beer permit, so we're going to be outlaw that day. Any questions?
When is the farmer's market supposed to, first day it opened up?
And I don't have that, so that's a stumper. I would say first week in June, possibly. Let me double check that.
I knew it probably somewhere in June.
Miss Carol's checking it.
The first Tuesday in June would be June 6th.
Yes, it is on Tuesday.
would
We moved
be-
it back during the week this year.
Yeah, you're doing on Tuesdays, June
Yes, ma'am.
6th, and I think the times are what, 3?
3 to 7, 3 to 6.
3 to 7.
Yeah.
3 to 7.
David, just for folks that are watching, and there's been some questions, but why did we move farmer's market back to Tuesday?
Well, we originally moved it to Saturday because that was at our biggest vendor's request. Since then, we have lost that vendor, and now more of the vendors would prefer to do it during the week. There's so much stuff going on Saturday that we figured let's give it a shot back during the week and see what the turnout's going to be. You know, the first couple of Saturdays are good. After that, it drops off drastically. So by 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, it's dead over there. So we're just going to try it in the afternoon to see what we can come up with.
I would think you'd get more vendors during the week than you would to be on Saturday, because it seems like everybody has theirs on Saturday.
Well, and that's kind of that's why it's hard to have a farmer's market if you don't offer fresh vegetables. So we were kind of catering that around our big vegetable vendor. Once they backed out, we're scrambling. You know, after 3 or 4 weeks of having it over here at the beginning of the summer, and your vegetable vendor pulls out, then you just basically turn that into a craft fair. So we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to provide a little bit of everything. So we're going to try moving it back during the week a little bit.
And Kathy was just provided Monday with about 30 more vendors that could possibly come in, so she's working on reaching out to each one of them.
Yep. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate your help.
anytime.
Thank you.
I appreciate this. I'm wearing this all the time.
Thank you, David and Waterboy.
Now I know how to spell my own name.
Miss Donna, with the library department, you're going to have to show that one up for once.
I'm telling you, I don't think I can show that one. I love that vest. Good evening, Mayor, Alderman, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. This is the report for April 2023. If you can see, our numbers are holding steady. Our attendance from 2022, they're up, which we're really excited about. The other numbers are just kind of holding steady there, but we're working on it. Let's go over to the What's Up at the Library. On May 8th at 5 p.m., this coming Monday, will be our library board meeting here at City Hall. Also on May 8th, we have our Strings and Things adult craft. And this month, it's the Shrinky Dink earrings. Have you ever used Shrinky Dink before, where you take and you color and you bake it in the oven and it goes really, really small? That's what they're going to do at the Strings and Things adult craft. May 8th through the 11th will be the last week of regular story times until after summer reading, and then story times will resume the week of August 21st and 24th. May 13th, we have the live music back at the library at 1 p.m. It's Hobo Road will be there, and they're going country this time. May 15th at 5:30, we have our Better Off Read book club. The book this month is The Last Thing He Told Me. May 20th at 10:30, we have our Page Turner's Book Club. The book they'll be using is The Midnight Library. We have copies of both of those books in the library, ready for checkout. We also have them on our Libby e-app. On May 20th at 10 a.m., we're having our Crafty Canvas Painting for Adults, and May 30th is our Mixed Media Adult Craft, and it's the large mixed media tags. I've kind of showcased the adult crafts this month. They have a lot going on, and our adults really enjoy coming in and just socializing and having a good time. Miss Mary does a great job with the ones at Strings and Things, and of course Carol takes care of the painting and the mixed media. Now the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th and Monday, May 29th in observance of Memorial Day. Now here's the great part we're all excited about, our summer reading. All together now. Summer reading kickoff is going to be on June 3rd, and I've looked up the weather forecast. The weather forecast is sunny with a chance of books on that day. So we're really excited about that. We would like for the families to come in to pick up your summer reading bag. We're going to play Plinko for a prize, make a craft. We're going to have bounce house, face painting. We're going to have hot dogs and chips, decorate a cookie, spray paint art, sidewalk chalking, and of course get to check out fabulous books for the summer. We have programs for all ages from birth all the way to 99 plus. So we would love for everyone to come out, especially on June 3rd, and help us kick it off for the summer. Do you have any questions?
Miss Donna, I've had a couple people ask me as far as your book clubs.
Yes.
Are they targeted towards any specific age range?
Say the last part again.
Are they targeted to any specific age range?
Yes. At this point, it is 18 and above. If a parent feels like a YA, a young adult, if the book is suitable, then absolutely we would love for them to come in. But what we have seen is our adults, 18 and up, are enjoying it.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't have no question, but Donna, you do a great job over there and it shows.
Thank you.
Everybody is tickled about a first-class library, and I thank you for all your service.
Well, you're very welcome. And it takes a creative staff, and surround yourself with good people, and you'll do good things.
Thank you, Miss Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Going to hit the highlights for you of our financial summary. In our general fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by $1.8 million. In our local sales tax, it was $3 million above budget and 1.3 above our prior year. In our state street aid, our revenue exceeded expenses by $281,000. In our stormwater fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $97,000. And in our water and sewer fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by $8.1. The next page is just our bank balances. In our third page is our comparison to our prior year. In our general fund, revenue was up $1.4 million, and our expenses were up $6.4 million. In our water and sewer fund, revenue was up $7.5 million, and our expenses were up $792,000. And then our tap fees were down $126,000. Any questions?
I don't, I once thought about maybe when we was doing the budget, maybe put on the agenda about the upcoming lawsuits, but my record of putting things on the agenda just hadn't been good, so I just kind of let it kind of slide on, but that was one of the things I liked to put in the budget, but I just didn't do it.
Thank you, ma'am. Then moving on, water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell. Don't forget your helmet.
Yes, sir. Safety first.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, I hope you've had the opportunity to take a look at our March monthly report. Looks like I said March. I meant April. Wrong month. Any questions, other than this wonderful outfit of mine?
Danny, was the high service valve number 2 repaired today?
It was actually it was installed. They're missing lugs for the wiring of the motor that have to be ordered. They had the wrong ones or the wrong size ones. They want to make sure that they are the correct ones so that they don't burn up like what happened previously. So those are on order, and as soon as they come in, they will be able to wire that back up, and it'll be good to go.
They give you any kind of ETA with it?
I did not get an ETA today, so I'm not sure with that, but I can get that and get that back to you.
Okay. And then we had a couple of customer complaints.
Yes, sir. So we had 2 customer complaints this month. One was from a monthly bacteriological sample that we take at this location. The gentleman asked us to take a water sample at his home. We did take that sample. We analyzed it back at the lab. All the results from those samples came back within range, and we did produce that report to the customer. Advised him that if he had any questions on those results, he could contact us at the water treatment plant. We did not get a call back, so I'm assuming he was happy with what we gave him. And the other is a high pressure complaint. So we advise the customer to contact a plumber to adjust or replace their pressure reducing valve.
And then this question I'm going to ask you, but I'm also going to ask Michael Dietz if you can come up for it. Either one of y'all, can y'all speak in regards to the sanitary survey that was done and the results for the board and the public?
Sanitary. Do you know anything about sanitary?
What's a sanitary survey?
No idea. Next question. No.
Go ahead.
I believe the Infomark and the city work really well together over the last few years, especially to gain a score of 99% on our sanitary survey. It's out of 599 points, and we scored a 593 out of 599. So
That's awesome.
I think Danny said it all. We're very pleased with the results. I think Bruce sent out an email. He was excited. That's the highest score he could remember in many years. So our goal is to continue to, achieve scores like that and keep building on the progress we've made.
Absolutely. Good job to you guys and your teams.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation, and I'm going to make a motion to defer because we've got a special meeting next Monday for that. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 senior citizens fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No, our second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14 parcels 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road from a R1 low-density zoning district to an R2 medium-density zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. Make a motion to defer. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas.
Second for discussion.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So we want, you want to defer this?
Yes. Bruce.
For what reason?
Bruce had, and we discussed it at workshop where an advertisement was placed with the local newspaper.
I remember.
And for a public hearing.
I remember. They didn't get it out in time.
Unfortunately, while we got it to them on time, they did not publish it. So as a result, that public hearing is not taking place. So this defers it 1 month so that we can do it because we like to have those on first reading versus second.
I remember now.
Any other discussion? Alderman Waldron? Aye. Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Second on discussion.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Have a second from Alderman Waldron. Yes, sir.
I asked Ms. Hope Oliver to come in case the board members had any question to ask the county, because there's a lot of talk about the school scoreboard, the band, stuff like that, and I thought it'd be good to have her here if we had any questions. One question popped in my mind is about the scoreboard. Years ago, when my kids was in the ball, a lot of like Coca-Cola furnished the scoreboard. I didn't know if y'all have checked into that or about a sponsorship to put up a scoreboard, or it might be something that you can take to the county commissioner, the school board, and talk about. Thank you for coming. And
any other discussion?
And the budget, we worked hard on the budget. The budget consists of $38 million in debt. It's, back in 2021, it was $22 million in debt. And it don't include the upcoming lawsuits. Or some things we need to keep our eye on is the upcoming capital projects in the future, like widening the Walden Road, widening the Old National Highway. The debt realistically could reach, close to $100 million. We just need to keep our eye on the road. Thank you.
I don't think anyone's talking about going that high, but with that, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion, we have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Pass.
There's either aye, no, or abstain. There's not a pass.
Pass.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion passes. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. A motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Nay.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-12, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Number 14, approve services agreement with Kim Radford to paint a mural on City Hall. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs and a second from Alderman Waldron.
On the mural on the wall, you know, we got a 50-50 grant. Our part would be $3,200. The grant just covers the wall. It don't cover upkeep or maintenance. And my feelings on that, if we start painting stuff on walls, I'm kind of afraid it might entice a lot of graffiti people coming, and if it's had to be maintained or replaced, the grant don't come in. The city is on our own on that. And the $3,200 don't seem like very much, but I've had a lot of people call me, why don't we put a pavilion at the dog park? $3,200 would go a long way for the pavilion other than painting a wall. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 15, approve a venue rental agreement with The View at the Fountains for the annual employee holiday party on Friday, December 15th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Second on discussion.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No, a second from Alderman Waldron.
The only thing I have, up at the fountain, it's a nice place and everything. Next year, I would like for us to look is having it in LaVergne. It's got to be a place in LaVergne big enough for us to have it. You know, we're going to pay X amount of dollars to pay a place in Murfreesboro. I like to try to keep the money in LaVergne. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and one applicant. That is Tabitha Howard, and I will reappoint her back to that board for another term. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. Then we've got the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We've got two terms vacant, and we've got both of them wishing to remain, as well as two more people who have applied. So I will reappoint Roger French and Anthony Honeycutt to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion.
Well, we've kind of gotten past that part to the voting.
Well, you just jump right over it.
I'm sorry, sir. Opposed?
No, not opposed. I just wanted to let people know to please keep applying.
Okay, so motion passes. Now we're moving on to the mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I like to spend the time to bring Bo up and let him explain this rezoning signs out. I know it's probably in the packet, but I get a lot of people want to know about the rezoning signs. And everybody says, Bo's the man.
I cannot confirm or deny that last part, but So the signs that have been put up all around town are for the project that the city's undertaken for the last couple of years, it's basically an overhaul of the entire zoning ordinance. And so there's several purposes for that. One of the purposes is there's just a lot of older language from decades past. Like for instance, in the C2 zone, they talk about watch repair and places for TV repair, and nobody does that stuff anymore. So it's just, it really need to be modernized and brought up to 2023, language and uses. The other part is there's some expanded architectural overlays, like Old Nashville Highway will be added to that. It's never been included in architectural overlay. So that'll help with the aesthetics of that road. There's a community meeting start Monday, May 22nd, and that'll be at the library. In those meetings, it's all 5 days, but there's like a 2-hour session in the AM, and then I think 1:30 to 3:30 is the PM session at the library. So there'll be city staff there. I'll be there that week. And then there's night meetings are, I believe, Tuesday the 23rd and Thursday the 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And that's all at the library. And then, of course, later in the summer, it'll come back to the Board of Mayor and Alderman for the voting.
Thank you, Bo. It makes it clear in mud for me.
All right. Thank you.
So, Bo, there's no shoe cobblers anymore?
I hadn't seen any in a long time. Shoe cobblers. That's good.
And again, I want to thank Hope Oliver for coming. I know you got a busy schedule, and I thought it would be a good idea for you to be here, because there's a lot of questions come up about the schools, the scoreboard, and if any of the other members want to ask you a question. But I appreciate, and a member of the school board was here earlier, and she was going to stay, but I said, well, so she left, but yeah, she was here. I appreciate her coming. And getting to the mural on the wall, I have nothing really against the mural on the wall. I just really worried about the graffiti. I know about 10 or 12 years ago, graffiti was I could see graffiti a lot around LaVergne, but here in the last 5 or 6 years, I hadn't seen a whole lot of it. I just hope this don't entice it. And the budget, it's a big budget, but I just want to be able to make aware of everybody to keep an eye on the road, because Nashville Davidson County debt is more than the whole state of Tennessee. So they let the budget deficit get out of control. We just need to keep an eye on the ball. And again, check your elderly, make sure they're all right. We got a lot of elderly people in LaVergne, and make sure your pets has got ample shade and water. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage our citizens to attend the community meetings for the new citywide zoning ordinances. I have the dates here. It's May 22nd through the 26th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. May 23rd and May 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the LaVergne Library. There are rezoning of individual properties being proposed through this. So, like I said, I do encourage all of our citizens to attend and be involved in this process. Again, I wanted to address, 2 weeks ago, I had the privilege of meeting with Detective Daniel Hall of the Ralph Anderson and Associates to discuss the characteristics and qualifications of potential candidates for the police chief position. In addition to that, we discussed the challenges the position would hold and some of the hurdles involved of retaining a successful and competitive candidate. Much to my surprise, one of the hurdles Detective Hahn expressed was concern for the inconsistencies in the chain of command, meaning the police chief would report to the city administrator, though the mayor would have the ultimate authority to hire and fire the individual. He expressed concern that the mayor's hire-fire authority would discourage qualified and experienced individuals from applying to the position, out of concerns of being terminated should the newly appointed chief and the mayor disagree on a particular matter. He also revealed to me that in his many years of service and working with many local governments, the mayor having the higher fire authority is an anomaly here. And in his words, I'm able to count on one hand the number of times I've dealt with this particular arrangement. It was his suggestion that should the mayor refuse to relinquish the higher fire to the city administrator, the city should strongly consider offering a severance package to the candidate, which ultimately, in turn, would be additional cost to our taxpayers. The mayor's higher fire authority is not just about our police chief, but all of our city employees who are out there every day assuring operations and the safety of our city. I'd love for them to be able to do their jobs with confidence without fear of political ramifications, and to see our city administrator with the authority to be able to award positions based on performance, qualifications, and character. In the cases of termination, should it be needed, there are protocols, procedures, orders, and consistency intact, and decisions would be made logistically for the betterment of our city versus a political chess match every 4 years. As a newly elected official, it's one thing to see these things as a private citizen and feel the structural organization of this method of government doesn't make sense. But to have an outside professional such as Detective Hahn come to our city and make these same observations and voice these same concerns was extremely validating that this concern is legitimate, warrants further conversation from the board, and more importantly, change. Again, for the record, I've requested the mayor higher fire authority be added to the agenda for tonight's meeting for discussion, and the mayor has removed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
I may steal some of Vice Mayor No's thunder, but sorry. I want to thank everyone who donated to the Senior Center yard sale. Did I steal your thunder?
No.
Oh, I didn't? Oh, okay. Those who donated and everyone who came out and purchased treasures, we appreciate it, and the food was awesome as always with Melissa's famous banana pudding. So thank you all for supporting, and we look forward to seeing everyone in the future. Thank you.
Vice Mayor No.
I just want to say about all the police officers in attendance, and after the award ceremony tonight, I was thinking about how you men and women do as Officer Colazo did. When I hear a gunshot, I go under my bed. When you guys hear it, you go towards it. And that's, I hear a lot of people talking about police officers and putting them down and badmouth them, and I can say it here in a public forum that those people have no guts. It's easy to talk about it, but it's hard to get out there and do it. So I want to thank you. And Michael was definitely the stole the show tonight. That's all I got, sir.
Well, first I want to remind the board and the public about the special meeting on May 8th at 6 p.m. to discuss the floodway and flood fringe districts. We will have a public hearing for that. So please make sure to either tune in or come out to that. First, I want to thank the community for the outpouring of support for our police department. We lost Lieutenant Bob Hayes, and very good man, been with our department for many years. So thank you to everybody who has lifted up his family and this department through that whole situation. Do want to remind people we've got the zoning ordinance meetings, like Alderwoman Hobbs mentioned. This is very important. Planning Commission spent a number of years working on it, and this modernizes a 30-year-old plus document for the city. So let's absolutely show up and look at the recommendations and see if there needs to be any tweaks to it. This is just to let everybody know, starting this summer, you will start to see the special census kicking up for the city. We are doing a special census because the national census really didn't have boots on the ground here, and so we want to make sure that an accurate reflection is done of our city population. So they will be coming to your door. There'll be some mailers. There'll be all kinds of information, so please be sure to check towards that. We've got the block party on the 13th, as David McGowan mentioned. It's going to have vendors, activities, food trucks, all types of vehicles will be on display. David, do we have a helicopter coming in this year? We do have a helicopter coming in, so Steve, you may need to duck down a little bit. That way it doesn't take a little off the top. But we will have a wonderful time with that on the 13th. It's 11 to 4 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. Last I want to say is in our society nowadays, you see at the movie theaters and on TV, movies, television shows that are about superheroes that wear capes, fly around, fight bad guys. Who you saw today, Mr. Clauso, Detective Clauso, is a true hero. He is someone who, mind you, he didn't have a cape, but he was running in there to save lives and to fight the bad guys. So that's what we need to remember as heroes, is that man there. With that, I call this meeting adjourned. Good evening and welcome to the public hearing of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is May 8th, 2023. It is 6 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. We have ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and flood fringe districts. If anyone would like to speak, you can come forward. Seeing no one, we will go ahead and close out the public hearing, and we will go straight into the Board of Mayor and Aldermen special meeting. Call this meeting to order. We have a quorum. First order of business is going to be the second reading, ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and flood fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Pass.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yay.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yay.
Vice Mayor No. Yes. I vote aye. Motion passes, and with that, that is the end of the meeting. I call this meeting adjourned.
Aye.